Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets older than memory as moonlight spilled through the narrow windows of the forgotten dungeon. Lyra Moonshadow's wand cast a gentle luminescence that danced across cobwebs and centuries of dust. The Hufflepuff fifth year shouldn't have been there, wandering the labyrinthine passages beneath the castle long after curfew. But something had called to her, a melody without sound that pulled at her very magic. "Revelio antiquitatum," she whispered, her wand tracing delicate patterns in the stale air. The spell, one of her own creation, shimmered like liquid silver, seeking out objects of ancient power. The dungeon had been sealed for centuries, its entrance hidden behind a tapestry depicting the dance of the Deathly Hallows that only revealed itself during the autumn equinox. Lyra had discovered it quite by accident while seeking a quiet place to practice her sensitivity to old magic, a rare gift that had made her something of an oddity even among the accepting Hufflepuffs. Her spell cascaded across the room before pooling in the corner, illuminating what appeared to be a simple alcove in the wall. As Lyra approached, her heart quickened. Her magic tingled in her fingertips, responding to something powerful nearby. Brushing away layers of cobwebs and dust, she revealed a small niche carved into the stone. Within it sat a chalice, its once gleaming gold surface now blackened with age. "Beautiful," she breathed, reaching forward without thinking. The moment her fingers touched the cold metal, the air in the dungeon crystallized, the temperature plummeted. Her breath became visible in swirling clouds, and the flame of her wand light flickered wildly before stabilizing into an unnatural blue. A voice, distant yet somehow inside her mind, whispered, "At last." The chalice pulsed once with a light that seemed to absorb rather than emit radiance. When Lyra tried to withdraw her hand, she found she couldn't move. Images flooded her mind. Hundreds, thousands of faces, some in antiquated robes, others in more modern attire, all bearing the unmistakable look of witches and wizards who had once walked the halls of Hogwarts. "The conclave awakens," the voice continued, stronger now. The balance trembles. When she finally managed to pull away, the chalice came with her, seemingly adhered to her palm for several terrifying seconds before clattering to the stone floor. Lyra stumbled backward, her heart hammering against her ribs. "What have I done?" she whispered to the empty dungeon. But it wasn't empty anymore. A figure materialized before her, translucent but more substantial than any Hogwarts ghost she had ever seen. He wore robes of an ancient cut, his face noble but weary beneath a hood. A ring bearing a cracked black stone adorned his right hand. "You have awakened what should have remained dormant, young Hufflepuff," he said, his voice echoing strangely. "I am Ignotus Peverell, and you hold in your hands the Chalice of Souls." By morning, the first signs that something was amiss became apparent throughout the castle. The bloody Baron passed through a wall and remained stuck halfway for over an hour. Nearly headless Nick's head detached completely during breakfast, causing a first-year Gryffindor to faint. Most disturbing of all, the portraits throughout the castle reported that their painted companions were vanishing one by one. Lyra sat at the Hufflepuff table, unable to eat, the chalice hidden in her enchanted satchel. She could feel it humming against her side, a constant reminder of her midnight discovery. Across from her sat her closest friends, Oliver Thornbriar, a gangly boy with an encyclopedic knowledge of magical creatures, and Meredith Willowbane, whose family had produced renowned potion masters for 7 generations. "You look like you've seen an Inferius," Meredith commented, pushing a plate of toast toward Lyra. "Did you stay up all night reading again?" Before Lyra could answer, a collective gasp spread across the Great Hall. Above them, spectral figures had begun to appear, not the familiar Hogwarts ghosts, but strangers with vacant eyes and reaching hands. Students screamed as one such figure descended toward the Ravenclaw table, passing through a 7th-year girl who immediately collapsed, her skin turning ashen. The professors reacted instantly. Headmistress McGillivray, a stern witch with silver-streaked auburn hair, stood and cast a powerful containment charm that temporarily halted the spectral invasion. "All students to their dormitories immediately," she commanded, her Scottish accent thickening with urgency. As the hall erupted into controlled chaos, Lyra felt a cold hand on her shoulder. Ignotus Peveril had appeared beside her, visible only to her eyes. "It begins," he said grimly. "Doom, the veil between realms thins. We must speak privately." In the safety of the Hufflepuff common room, surrounded by plants that seemed to droop with unexplainable sadness, Ignotus revealed the truth to Lyra and her friends. The Chalice of Souls, he explained, had been created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts as a bridge between the world of the living and the realm beyond the veil. It was designed to allow communion with the wisest departed souls for guidance, Ignotus explained, his form shimmering in the warm light of the common room. But its power proved too great, too dangerous. Death itself, yes, the very entity from the tale of 3 brothers, came seeking what it considered a violation of natural law. "Death is real," Oliver whispered, his freckled face pale. "As real as magic," Ignotus confirmed. "I bargained with death once and earned its respect, if not its mercy. The founders, with my counsel, made a pact. The chalice would be hidden, and the knowledge of its location passed down through generations of headmasters, each sworn to protect it. But why has touching it caused this?" Lyra gestured upward, where even now they could hear the muffled sounds of spectral activity above them. The chalice was never meant to remain dormant for so long. Its awakening after centuries of silence has shattered the equilibrium. The Conclave of Souls, the spirits of Hogwarts, most powerful former witches and wizards, has been released from their limbo. The barrier between worlds weakens with each passing hour. Meredith, ever practical, leaned forward. "How do we fix it?" Ignotus's ghostly features grew solemn. "Although the ritual of restoration must be performed during Samhain, when the veil is naturally at its thinnest, it requires a witch with sensitivity to ancient magic, like Lyra and the chalice itself." "That's tomorrow night," Oliver noted anxiously. "Indeed," Ignotus nodded, "but there is a complication. One member of the Conclave seeks not to return to the other side, but to use the chalice to fully return to life." "Who?" Lyra asked, though a cold dread told her she already knew the answer. "Headmaster Perseus Black," Ignotus replied. "My descendant through the centuries, and one who spent his lifetime seeking ways to master death, much as my brother Cadmus did. He waits now in the Chamber of Whispers, gathering strength from the chaos." The following night, as Samhain settled over Hogwarts like a shroud, the situation had deteriorated dramatically. Most of the castle ghosts had faded to near invisibility. Strange, ethereal creatures prowled the corridors, forcing students and teachers alike to barricade themselves in the Great Hall. The very foundations of the castle groaned under the metaphysical strain. Lyra, accompanied by Oliver, Meredith, and the increasingly substantial form of Ignotus, made her way toward the Chamber of Whispers, a circular room beneath the astronomy tower that served as the metaphysical center of Hogwarts. "Remember," Ignotus cautioned as they approached the sealed door, "each of you will face your greatest fear when we enter. The chamber tests those who would conduct rituals within it." "And if we fail the test?" Meredith asked, clutching her wand tightly. Ignotus didn't answer, which was answer enough. The Chamber of Whispers lived up to its name. As they entered, disembodied voices murmured from the shadows, speaking in languages long forgotten. At the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, carved with runes that shifted and changed as they watched. "Place the chalice there," Ignotus instructed Lyra, and "I think not," interrupted a cultured voice from the shadows. Perseus Black materialized before them, a tall, imposing figure with aristocratic features and eyes that burned with cold fire. Unlike Ignotus, he appeared almost solid, his power clearly growing. "My faithful descendant," he addressed Ignotus with a mocking bow. How thoughtful of you to bring me exactly what I need." Oliver and Meredith raised their wands, but with a casual gesture, Perseus froze them in place. "Children," he sighed, "always so predictably brave." Lyra clutched the chalice to her chest, feeling its power resonating with her own magic. "You can't do this," she said. "You'll destroy the balance forever." "Balance is for those who lack the courage to seize power," Perseus replied. "I devoted my life to unraveling the mysteries of death. I will not return to that grey limbo when life awaits me here." The chamber darkened as a chill wind began to swirl around them. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices. "It comes," Ignotus warned, his face grave. "Death approaches." The temperature plummeted. The shadows in the chamber coalesced, forming a tall, hooded figure that seemed to absorb all light around it. No face was visible within the hood, but Lyra felt its attention focus on her and the chalice she held. "The bargain is broken," came a voice like the final breath of winter. "The balance undone." Perseus laughed, a sound without humor. "Right on time," he said, raising his wand. "Let us conclude our unfinished business, old friend." What followed was a duel unlike any recorded in the annals of Hogwarts. Perseus Black, empowered by the chaos he had helped create, hurled spells of such darkness that the very air seemed to scream. Death moved with impossible grace, its presence alone causing Perseus's more powerful enchantments to wither before they struck. Lyra, recognizing her moment, darted toward the pedestal. The whispers guided her hands as she placed the chalice upon the stone and began to chant words that bubbled up from somewhere deep within her magical core, an incantation in a language she had never studied yet somehow understood. The chalice began to glow with golden light as the ritual took hold. Spirits throughout the castle felt the pull, drawing them toward their rightful place beyond the veil. Perseus howled in rage, abandoning his duel with death to lunge toward Lyra. "No!" Ignotus intercepted him, their spectral forms clashing in a burst of ethereal energy. As the ritual reached its crescendo, death itself glided to stand opposite Lyra across the pedestal. It extended a skeletal hand, "A choice," it intoned. "Complete the ritual and restore balance, but pay the price of your gift. Or falter and watch worlds collapse." Lyra understood. Her sensitivity to ancient magic, the very thing that had led her to the chalice, would be the sacrifice required. With tears streaming down her face, she nodded and placed her hand in Death's own. cold beyond imagining, flowed through her, but she maintained the chant, even as she felt the magic that had always defined her begin to drain away. The chalice pulsed brighter and brighter, until it seemed to contain a miniature sun. Perseus broke free from Ignotus and lunged one last time, but it was too late. The chalice released its light in a silent explosion that swept through Hogwarts and beyond. The veil between worlds repaired itself. The conclave of souls, Perseus Black included, were drawn inexorably back to their rightful place beyond. As the light faded, Lyra collapsed beside the pedestal. The now dull chalice rolled from the stone to rest beside her hand. Death stood over her for a long moment before bending down to retrieve its relic. "The bargain is fulfilled," it whispered, "but all prices have exceptions." A cold finger touched Lyra's forehead, leaving behind a small mark like a crescent moon. "Not your gift, child," Death continued, "merely its nature. Seek me not again." And then it was gone. In the weeks that followed, Hogwarts slowly returned to normal. The ghosts regained their familiar translucence, and the portraits returned to their frames with stories to tell. The Chalice of Souls vanished from the world of men, taken by death to whatever realm it called home. Lyra Moonshadow discovered that while her sensitivity to ancient magic had indeed been taken, something new had grown in its place, an affinity for threshold magic, the rare and powerful art of navigating boundaries between realms. Headmistress McGillivray, after hearing the full tale, had created a special course of study just for her. Sometimes, on quiet nights, when the moon hung full and bright over the forbidden forest, Lyra would catch glimpses of Ignotus Peveril walking the castle grounds, standing sentinel against whatever might next disturb the delicate balance between life and what lies beyond. And in the Chamber of Whispers, now sealed by enchantments laid by Lyra herself, the ancient stone pedestal sometimes glowed with a soft golden light, a reminder that some treasures are not meant to be found and some boundaries not meant to be crossed until the proper time. Story 2. Time shimmered like disturbed water in the ancient corridors of Hogwarts as Orion Tempest stood frozen, watching golden temporal sands suspend impossibly in midair around him. The fourth-year Ravenclaw's wand remained pointed at what had once been an ordinary hourglass, now a pulsating, fractured time-turner, unlike any recorded in wizarding history. What had started as a simple charms class exercise had somehow activated the dormant artifact hidden within the classroom's ancient desk. "Oh, splendid work, Mr. Tempest," Professor Flitwick had exclaimed moments before, his voice now stretched and distorted as if underwater. The diminutive charms master hung suspended between one step and the next, his expression caught between pride and dawning horror. A hairline fracture appeared in the air beside Orion, a jagged tear in reality through which he glimpsed the same classroom, but filled with students in antiquated robes, a stern-faced wizard at the lectern instead of Flitwick. Then another tear, showing the room empty and dilapidated, moonlight streaming through collapsed walls. Panic seized Orion's chest. His clumsiness had finally caused a disaster beyond mere broken inkwells or accidentally animated textbooks. He lunged for the time-turner, hoping to somehow reverse whatever he'd triggered. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," came a voice like autumn leaves rustling against ancient stone. A witch stood in the doorway, or perhaps she had always been there. Her robes shimmered between midnight blue and burnished gold, their patterns constantly shifting like constellations rearranging themselves. Silver hair was woven with threads that seemed to disappear into dimensions beyond normal sight. Her eyes reflected neither youth nor age, but rather the depth of centuries witnessed. "The sands of time are not meant to be scattered," she said, gliding forward with movements that seemed to leave after-images in the air. particularly not the sands from a calibrator. "A what?" Orion managed, his voice cracking. I didn't mean to. Few catastrophes begin with malicious intent, young Orion." The witch circled the frozen tableau of the classroom. "I am Kronos, and you have inadvertently triggered a temporal cascade that threatens to unravel the very fabric of Hogwarts Castle." By nightfall, the situation had deteriorated beyond anything Orion could have imagined. The temporal fractures had spread throughout the castle like cracks in ice. In the Great Hall, a feast from 2 centuries past overlapped with the present, ghostly students from different eras occupying the same spaces. Portraits wandered freely from their frames, conversing with bewildered living counterparts. Near the astronomy tower, a younger Professor McGonagall argued fiercely with her older self over transfiguration theory. Most alarming of all, a section of the 3rd-floor corridor had aged 1,000 years in an instant, crumbling to ruins before horrified onlookers, while the dungeon had reverted to its unfinished state, raw earth and stone where potions classrooms should have stood. Kronos had gathered Orion and 3 others in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed into a vast circular chamber whose walls were lined with countless hourglasses, pendulums, and clockwork mechanisms, all moving asynchronously. "The temporal nexus recognizes your need," she explained. And it has identified those with the necessary gifts to help mend what has been broken." Beside Orion stood Ilara Nightshade, a serious Slytherin 6th year with an encyclopedic knowledge of magical artifacts. Rowan Blackthorn, a quiet but brilliant Hufflepuff with an innate talent for sensing magical disruptions. And Cassiopeia Starwell, a fiery Gryffindor 3rd year whose unpredictable magic often produced startling, sometimes wonderful, sometimes disastrous results. "Why us?" Rowan asked, his fingers tracing patterns in the air as if following invisible currents. "What can we possibly do against this?" Kronos approached a large crystalline contraption at the room's center, a complex web of golden strands intersecting around a pulsating core that somehow resembled the fractured time turner. "You 4 represent the strongest convergence points in the castle's temporal fabric," she said. "Each of you carries a unique resonance with specific moments in Hogwarts history. Together, you can help me reweave what has been undone. But I'm just," Orion began. "A disaster on legs?" offered Cassiopeia with a sympathetic grin. "Join the club." "You are more than your clumsiness, Mr. Tempest," Kronos said, her gaze unnervingly direct. "Much more than you know." Before Orion could ask what she meant, the room trembled. Through the windows, they watched as a section of the Forbidden Forest rapidly cycled through seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, decades passing in seconds until ancient trees withered and collapsed, only to regrow and begin the cycle anew. "He's accelerating his efforts," Kronos murmured. "Who is?" Ilara demanded, ever practical. "Tempus Vorax," Kronos replied, her voice hardening. Once a gifted unspeakable who worked with time magic in the Department of Mysteries. His obsession with controlling the flow of time led him down forbidden paths. I was his mentor, once. The regret in her voice was palpable, ancient and worn smooth like river stones. He seeks to harness the castle's temporal instability to create what he calls a chronolith, a fixed point from which he can manipulate the past, present, and future simultaneously. She turned to face them. If he succeeds, the consequences would reach far beyond Hogwarts. "What must we do?" Ilara asked, straightening her posture, already accepting the responsibility. Kronos gestured to the crystalline apparatus. "We must stabilize 4 critical moments in Hogwarts history: Moments where the castle's magic runs deepest, the founding, the great renewal, the Battle of Seven Towers, and... She paused, her eyes fixing on Orion. The convergence, which has not yet come to pass. The preparations took hours that felt like minutes, or perhaps minutes that stretched like hours. Time had become unreliable, even in the relative safety of the room of requirement. Kronos taught them the fundamentals of temporal navigation, showing them how to recognize the golden threads that connected related events across centuries. All times exist simultaneously, she explained as her hands wove complex patterns in the air. We simply experience them linearly by necessity. What you've done, Orion, is disrupt Hogwarts' temporal anchors, points that keep the castle's time stream flowing in an orderly manner. So we'll be time travelers, Cassiopeia asked, her eyes bright with excitement. More like time weavers, Kronos corrected. You won't physically travel, but rather project your consciousness along existing threads to stabilize the fracture points. As night deepened outside, the temporal disruptions intensified. During one particularly violent tremor, the door to the room of requirement burst open. Headmistress McGonagall stumbled in, supporting a bloodied Professor Longbottom. The Great Hall has vanished entirely, McGonagall reported, her voice tight with controlled panic. And something is emerging from the lake, something that does not belong in this century. Kronos nodded grimly. Tempus has begun pulling creatures from different eras. We must act now. The crystalline apparatus hummed to life as the 4 students took their positions around it. Golden threads emerged from their wands, connecting to the central core. Remember, Kronos instructed, find the fracture point, weave your thread through it, and anchor it to a stable moment on the other side. Your combined efforts will create a temporary lattice, giving me time to reforge the primary temporal anchors. The room dimmed as Orion closed his eyes, feeling his consciousness stretching thin. A vertiginous sensation, like falling through endless space, gripped him. And then, he stood in a muddy field beside a half-constructed stone foundation. 4 figures argued intensely nearby, their magic crackling in the air. With a jolt, Orion recognized the founders of Hogwarts, centuries before his time, debating the very fundamentals of the school's magical protections. Godric Gryffindor's voice boomed. The temporal wards must be layered with the spatial ones. Salazar. Otherwise, the castle will exist in multiple times simultaneously. And I say such complexity invites failure, Slytherin countered, his keen eyes narrowing. Better a simpler approach that... Orion saw it then, a hairline fracture in the air between them, slowly widening. Through it leaked a malevolent darkness. With instinct guiding his movements, he drew his wand and pulled a golden thread through the crack, weaving it into the very foundations of the castle, rising around them. The scene shifted. Orion found himself in the midst of the Great Renewal, the 17th century reconstruction of Hogwarts, after a magical fire had consumed 3 towers. Again, he found the fracture, smaller this time, and sealed it with his thread. The Battle of Seven Towers flashed before him next, a forgotten conflict from the 1800s when dark wizards had attempted to harness the castle's magic for their own purposes. The fracture here was massive, gaping like a wound in reality. It took all his concentration to weave his thread across the chasm. Finally, Orion was pulled to a moment he didn't recognize. Hogwarts as he knew it, but somehow different. Older students he'd never seen walked the halls, and there at the center of the Great Hall stood himself, but older, facing a cloaked figure whose very presence distorted the air around him. The convergence, Orion whispered, understanding dawning. This wasn't the past, but a possible future, The older Orion dueled the figure, Tempus Vorax it must be, with a skill and confidence that seemed impossible to his younger self. Golden threads wove from the older Orion's wand, countering Vorax's attempts to shatter the castle's temporal integrity. Young Orion watched, mesmerized, as his future self spotted him across the hall. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a profound understanding passed between them. The fracture in this timeline ran directly through Orion himself. "I am the anomaly," he realized with sudden clarity. "I'm not supposed to exist here at all." The truth crashed over him like icy water. His very presence in the timeline was what made him so attuned to the fractured time-turner. His clumsiness, his strange affinity for magical accidents, all stemmed from the fact that he was somehow out of joint with the proper flow of time. With trembling hands, Orion drew his final thread, not to seal this fracture, but to connect his present self to his future one knee, creating a loop that would eventually lead to the moment when he could properly face Tempus Vorax. As his consciousness snapped back to the room of requirement, he found the others already returned, looking dazed but triumphant. The crystalline apparatus gleamed with a web of interlocking golden threads. "You've done it," Kronos breathed, her hands moving in intricate patterns as she strengthened their work. The lattice holds. Outside, they could feel the castle settling, temporal anomalies gradually resolving as McGonagall and the other professors worked to guide displaced people and objects back to their proper times. "Did you see?" Orion began, looking to his companions. "Different things," Ilara said. "I was with Rowena Ravenclaw, watching her create the moving staircases, and I witnessed the creation of the Room of Requirement," Rowan added softly. Kronos approached Orion, something like sorrow in her ageless eyes. "You saw the convergence," she said. "It wasn't a question. I'm not supposed to be here, am I?" Orion asked quietly. "In this time, I mean, that," said Kronos, laying a gentle hand on his shoulder, "is a question for another day. Tempus Vorax has been thwarted temporarily, but not defeated. The time streams have been stabilized, but the calibrator remains broken. And you, young Orion, have much to learn about your unique place in the tapestry of time." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, students and professors emerged cautiously into corridors that once again existed in a single moment. Portraits returned reluctantly to their frames. The Great Hall reappeared, breakfast laid out as if nothing had happened. But for Orion Tempest, everything had changed. He watched the morning sunlight stream through ancient windows, wondering which version of himself truly belonged in this timeline, and what the answer would cost him when the convergence finally arrived. Kronos stood beside him, her form already beginning to fade like mist in morning light. "Time," she told him with the ghost of a smile, "is rarely what we expect it to be. Remember that, Weaver." And then she was gone, leaving only a single golden thread floating momentarily in the air before it too vanished, woven back into the great mysterious tapestry of time. Story 3. Crimson droplets fell from the stone serpent's eyes, pattering onto the cold dungeon floor like a macabre rainfall. Throughout Hogwarts Castle, the ancient emblems of the four houses wept blood simultaneously. The Lion of Gryffindor, the Eagle of Ravenclaw, the Badger of Hufflepuff, and the Serpent of Slytherin, their enchanted stone now glistening wet with impossible tears of scarlet. Cassandra Ravenclaw stood transfixed before the Weeping Eagle in the Ravenclaw common room, her slender fingers trembling as they reached toward the phenomenon that had awakened her from fitful dreams. The torchlight caught in her raven-black hair as whispers erupted around her, fellow students backing away in superstitious dread. "It's happening," she whispered, recognition dawning in her storm-grey eyes. "Just as I dreamed." For months, Cassandra had been plagued by visions, fragments of ancient memories, not her own, glimpses of Hogwarts, creation through the eyes of her ancestor, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Secrets buried beneath centuries of carefully curated history, truths that made the accepted tales of the four friends who built a school seem like children's fables by comparison. The bleeding emblems confirmed what her dreams had foretold. The Founder's final curse had awakened. "The fifth seal is failing," Cassandra explained hours later, her voice echoing in the cavernous room of requirement, which had transformed into a perfect replica of the original Founder's chamber, a circular room with four massive thrones arranged around a central dais bearing a mysterious runic circle. Before her stood three students, each summoned by an enchanted message bearing their family seal, marks that had not been seen in public for generations, yet were instantly recognized by those born to carry them. Leodegrance Gryffindor stood tall and broad-shouldered, his flame-red hair and beard framing a face etched with noble determination. The seventh-year Gryffindor Quidditch captain's hand rested instinctively on an ornate dagger passed down through 20 generations. "My father spoke of ancient protections," he said, his deep voice carrying the natural authority of his bloodline, "but never of a curse or seal." Beside him, Ophelia Slytherin arched an elegant eyebrow, her emerald robes immaculate despite the chaos engulfing the castle. The sixth-year Slytherin prefect's calculating eyes missed nothing as her fingers toyed with a silver locket bearing her family's mark. "Of course they wouldn't tell us," she remarked coolly. "Family secrets remain potent only when truly secret. I've suspected something was hidden beneath my ancestors' chamber for years, but even the Slytherin archives contain merely illusions." The last of their number, Cedric Hufflepuff, shifted uncomfortably, seeming the most out of place in this gathering of legendary names. The gentle fifth-year herbologist pushed his round spectacles up his nose and clutched a worn leather-bound journal to his chest. "My Grand's diary mentioned a pact," he offered hesitantly. "She wrote that each Hufflepuff heir was chosen not by blood alone, but by the earth magic that runs in our line. I never understood until last summer, when I could suddenly hear plants speaking." Cassandra nodded, gesturing to the ancient stone basin she had uncovered, a pensive of unusual design, with four distinct channels carved into its rim. "The bleeding emblems are a warning," she explained. "According to my visions, Hogwarts was not built merely as a school. It was constructed as a prison, a magnificent, living seal to contain an entity the Founders encountered during their explorations of ancient magic. They called it the Primordial." She drew her wand, touching it to her temple and extracting a silvery strand of memory that was not memory, placing it into the pensieve. The others followed suit, each instinctively knowing how to access the inherited memories they carried unconsciously. 4 silvery strands merged in the basin, illuminating the chamber with ethereal light that coalesced into the image of 4 figures, the Founders themselves, gathered around a pulsating darkness that seemed to consume the very air around it. "They imprisoned it beneath the castle," Cassandra continued, "bound by the united magic of all 4 bloodlines. But something is weakening the seal. The disharmony between our houses has grown too great." Strange phenomena multiplied throughout Hogwarts in the days that followed. Staircases rearranged themselves into impossible architectures. Portraits whispered in forgotten languages as their painted subjects aged decades in minutes. The forbidden forest encroached upon the grounds, ancient trees uprooting themselves to press against the castle walls like curious sentinels. In the Great Hall, The enchanted ceiling no longer reflected the sky above, but showed glimpses of other realms, shimmering cities of crystal, desolate plains of ash, and strange constellations that drove students to tears or manic laughter if gazed upon too long. The four heirs gathered in secret, piecing together their fractured inherited memories while the faculty struggled to maintain order. Headmistress McGonagall, recognizing the ancient magic at work, had granted them unprecedented access to restricted sections of the library and freedom to pursue their investigation unhindered. The founders each contributed a specific power to the seal, Leo de Grance explained as they pored over ancient manuscripts in the dead of night. And Gryffindor's courage became the shield, Ravenclaw's wisdom the binding, Hufflepuff's loyalty the foundation, and Slytherin's ambition the anchor. Ophelia frowned, her fingers tracing a faded illustration of a chamber none of them recognized. But something went wrong during the sealing ritual. These accounts are deliberately obscured, but reading between the lines, there was betrayal. Cedric, who had grown increasingly confident as his inherited earth magic strengthened, closed his eyes and placed his palms against the ancient stone floor. "The castle remembers," he murmured. "Deep beneath us, something stirs. The earth trembles in recognition, like greeting an old friend long thought lost." Cassandra's face paled. Not a friend. The original texts call it the Devourer of Magic. If the seal fails completely, it will consume not just Hogwarts, but all magical power it can reach, leaving only emptiness behind. The entrance revealed itself on the seventh night, after the emblems began to bleed. In the heart of the castle, where four rarely used corridors met at an unremarkable junction, the stones rippled like water and parted to reveal a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. "The Founder's Descent," Cassandra whispered, recognizing it from her visions. "It appears only when the heirs gather with unified purpose." They descended in solemn procession, each step illuminating at their touch. Leodegrance led with his family's enchanted dagger drawn, its blade glowing with a fierce golden light. Ophelia followed, her locket hovering before her and emitting an eerie green luminescence that revealed ancient runes carved into the walls. Cedric came next, trailing glowing seeds that sprouted into luminous flowers where they fell. Cassandra walked last, her mind open to the whispers of memory that grew stronger with every step downward. The chamber that awaited them defied the laws of nature. Its ceiling soared impossibly high, disappearing into swirling mist. At its center stood four stone statues of the founders, their hands joined around a perfectly circular pool of what appeared to be liquid darkness, unnaturally still, reflecting nothing, absorbing all light that touched it. "The primary seal," Cassandra explained, approaching reverently. "The physical manifestation of their combined power." As they drew closer, the statues turned their heads in unison to regard their descendants, stone eyes flickering with momentary life. The heirs return, they spoke in harmony, voices rumbling like distant thunder. "But too few, where is the fifth?" Confusion passed between the four students. "Fifth?" Leodegrance questioned. There were only four founders. The statues remained silent for a long moment before Rowena's figure spoke alone. "The truth has been obscured, as was necessary. The fifth founder gave everything to create the final binding. Their line was thought ended." "Who was the fifth founder?" Cassandra demanded, stepping forward. "My visions never showed." Her words were cut short as the pool of darkness rippled violently. From its depths rose a spectral figure, a woman in ancient robes, her features noble and terrible, her eyes pools of the same living darkness that churned beneath her. "I was," the apparition said, her voice both achingly beautiful and profoundly wrong. "I am Morgana Pendragon, the fifth founder of Hogwarts." Shock rippled through the airs as centuries of carefully maintained history crumbled before this revelation. "Impossible," Ophelia breathed. Morgana opposed Merlin and the early wizarding councils. "History is written by the victorious," Morgana's spirit replied. "I sought understanding of the primordial's power, not to release it, but to harness it for our kind. The others feared what they could not comprehend. Memories cascaded through the chamber, not the sanitized versions they had inherited, but raw truth. They witnessed Morgana working alongside the other founders, her unmatched power with elemental magic key to their early successes. They saw her descent into obsession as she studied the primordial entity they discovered beneath an ancient stone circle. They watched the bitter confrontation when the others determined it must be sealed away forever. "They betrayed me," Morgana's spirit continued. "Used my own blood to strengthen their binding. But I was clever. I ensured the seal would weaken eventually, giving future generations the choice I was denied. The liquid darkness began to rise, tendrils of void reaching toward them as the chamber trembled. The primordial is neither good nor evil," Morgana explained. "It simply is, the raw source of all magic, from which our lesser powers were born. Release it, and magic itself can be remade according to your will. Contain it, and preserve the flawed world you know." The four heirs exchanged glances, centuries of rivalry and mistrust between their houses hanging in the balance alongside this momentous choice. Cassandra stepped forward first. "Our houses have grown divided, but Hogwarts stands because of what all five of you built together. Not just the prison, but a place where magic could flourish through cooperation." "The seal doesn't need to be broken or remade," Cedric realized, his connection to the earth magic revealing the pattern. "It needs to be renewed through willing sacrifice, not betrayal." Understanding dawned in Leo de Grance's eyes. "Not sacrifice of blood," he said, removing his dagger, "but of pride." "And ambition," Ophelia added, unclasping her locket. The four moved to the positions of their ancestors, each placing their inherited artifacts into recesses in the floor that had appeared at their approach. As they did, the statues shifted, revealing a fifth alcove where Morgana had once stood. "Without the fifth founder, the circle remains broken," Morgana's spirit said, a trace of triumph in her voice. "Unless we make it whole again," Cassandra replied, stepping into the empty position. "Not through blood, but through choice. We acknowledge Morgana Pendragon as the fifth founder of Hogwarts and choose to preserve what all five of you created together." The other heirs joined her declaration, each speaking Morgana's name with respect. The spirit's expression shifted from triumph to surprise and then, finally, to peace. "Perhaps I chose vengeance when I should have chosen legacy," she conceded. "Very well. Heirs of my friends and rivals, renew what we began." Light blazed from the 5 points around the seal, gold, blue, green, yellow, and silver, forming a perfect pentagram that sank into the darkness. The liquid void shuddered once before settling into a mirror-like surface that now reflected not darkness, but the starry sky above Hogwarts. Throughout the castle, the bleeding emblems shed their final tears and were made whole again. 4 became 5, as a new emblem appeared alongside the others, a silver phoenix rising from shadow, bearing Morgana's long-suppressed legacy. As the heirs ascended from the depths, they felt the castle settling around them, ancient stones humming with renewed harmony. The truth they carried would change Hogwarts forever, not by breaking its foundations, but by making them complete at last. Story 4. Autumn flames danced across the forbidden forest as Arwen Pendragon stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching its obsidian surface ripple under the harvest moon. Beneath those dark waters, something ancient stirred, a presence that had haunted Arwen's dreams since childhood, but now called with renewed urgency. The seventh-year Gryffindor's breath misted in the chill evening air as he extended his hand over the water, palm down, feeling heat rise to meet his skin despite the October frost. "They know you're here," came a voice like distant thunder. Arwen turned to find Professor Magnus Draconis emerging from the shadows, the new defense against the dark arts teacher's silver-streaked hair gleaming in the moonlight. His weathered face remained impassive, but his amber eyes, with their unusual vertical pupils, held Arwen's gaze with unsettling intensity. "Sir, I don't know what you mean," Arwen replied, though the lie tasted bitter on his tongue. Professor Draconis smiled thinly. "Your bloodline betrays you, young Pendragon. Few remain who can hear their calls." He gestured toward the lake. Fewer still who would answer. Before Arwen could respond, the castle behind them trembled. Windows in the great hall blazed with sudden blue light, then darkened just as quickly. A sound like tearing fabric echoed across the grounds, followed by a wave of magic so potent it raised gooseflesh on Arwen's arms. "It begins," Professor Draconis murmured, his expression darkening. "Sooner than I feared. Come, Mr. Pendragon. Your legacy awaits, whether you're prepared for it or not." The castle corridors buzzed with confusion as students and teachers alike gathered in clusters, whispering about the strange blue light and the bone-deep vibration that had shaken the ancient stones. Headmistress McGonagall's voice echoed through the halls, instructing everyone to return to their common rooms immediately. Arwen, however, found himself following Professor Draconis down a seldom-used passage behind the tapestry of Wilfred the Wistful. The narrow staircase spiraled downward, far below even the dungeons, into chambers Arwen had never known existed. The founders built Hogwarts upon foundations far older than themselves, Professor Draconis explained as they descended. Secrets laid stone upon stone, forgotten by design rather than neglect. They emerged into a vast circular chamber whose walls were covered in intricate murals depicting wizards and witches soaring alongside magnificent dragons. In the center of the room stood a weathered stone pedestal bearing a crystal orb that pulsed with the same blue light they had seen from the lake. The Oculus Draconis, Professor Draconis said reverently. Number one of 7 created during the Age of Scales, when dragons and wizardkind shared this earth as equals rather than as beast and master. As if responding to its name, the orb flared, projecting images into the air above it, a battlefield where robed figures rode dragon back against a horde of shadowy creatures pouring from a tear in reality itself. "These are the visions you've been having," Professor Draconis said. It wasn't a question. Arwen nodded, transfixed by the scene he had witnessed in fragmented dreams for months. But what does it mean? What were those creatures? "The Void Walkers," Professor Draconis replied grimly, "beings from a dimension of pure anti-magic. Where they tread, magic withers and dies. Once before, they found a way to breach the veil between worlds. The Dragomantes, an ancient order of wizards bonded to dragons in both soul and magic, drove them back and sealed the breach." He gestured toward the orb again, which now showed a ritual conducted around a massive silver archway. 7 wizards stood in a circle, each with a dragon coiled protectively around them, channeling power into the arch until it collapsed upon itself, leaving only rubble. The last great work of the Dragomantes, before both they and their dragon companions faded from history, most believed, into extinction. The orb darkened suddenly as a more violent tremor shook the chamber, sending ancient dust cascading from the ceiling. From somewhere far above came the sound of screams. "The breach reopens," Professor Draconis said urgently. "The seal weakens with each passing moment. We must make haste." "Sir," Arwen's voice hardened with sudden clarity, "who are you, really?" The professor's eyes gleamed in the dimness. "I am the last of my kind, Mr. Pendragon. The last dragon speaker, though not, it seems, the last Dragomanta heir." He fixed Arwen with a penetrating stare. "Your family name is no coincidence. Arthur Pendragon was chief among our order before Merlin himself erased our existence from most historical records." Another tremor, stronger than before. Professor Draconis grasped Arwen's shoulder. "There is no time for gentle revelations. Your blood carries the legacy, and only a Dragomanta can reforge the seal. Will you accept the mantle of your ancestors?" Chaos greeted them as they emerged into the entrance hall. A jagged tear hung suspended in mid-air near the great oak doors, a wound in reality itself that widened even as they watched. From within its depths, smoky tendrils extended into the castle, withering the enchanted garlands decorating the hall to dust at their touch. Several students lay unconscious nearby, their faces ashen as though drained of vitality. Professor McGonagall stood with Professors Flitwick and Slughorn, their wands raised in unison as they maintained a shimmering barrier between the breach and the rest of the castle. Relief flashed across McGonagall's face at the sight of Professor Draconis. "Magnus, the containment is failing. Whatever this phenomenon is, it's consuming our magic faster than we can replenish it." "It is as I warned when I arrived, Minerva," Professor Draconis replied. "The ancient breach reopens. We cannot contain it, only seal it as was done before." Arwen stood transfixed, watching shadowy forms beginning to coalesce within the rift. One reached an elongated limb through the tear, and where it touched the stone floor, a spreading circle of deadness appeared, as if the very essence of the castle was being leached away. "The dragons," Arwen whispered, the knowledge rising unbidden from somewhere deep within his blood. "And we need the dragons," Professor Draconis nodded grimly. "The 7 who sleep beneath the lake, but to awaken them after a millennium of slumber requires the call of their bonded line, and the sacrifice such a call demands." Arwen felt something shift within his chest, a resolution forming around the kernel of truth he had always known but never acknowledged. The dreams, his inexplicable affinity for dragon lore, the way magical creatures had always responded to his presence, they weren't coincidences. What must I do? The ritual circle had been hastily inscribed upon the shore of the Black Lake. 7 stones, each bearing the rune of a different dragon lineage, formed a pattern around Arwen, who stood barefoot upon the cold earth, his wand held aloft. Professor Draconis had removed his academic robes, revealing a body covered in intricate tattoos that shifted and moved across his skin like living creatures. The incantation comes from before wands, before Latin derivatives, Professor Draconis explained, taking position at the northernmost point of the circle. "The words must come from your blood memory. Listen for them as you would listen for a forgotten lullaby." The breach had grown alarmingly in the hour it had taken to prepare the ritual. Now it dominated the space before the castle entrance, a reality-warping tear through which more Voidwalkers emerged with each passing minute. The professors had evacuated the students to the highest towers, but their magic weakened visibly with each defensive spell cast against the invaders. Arwen closed his eyes, extending his senses downward through the soil, through rock, through the crushing depths of the lake. searching for the sleeping minds he somehow knew waited there. Ancient presences stirred in response, curiosity and caution mingling with recognition. "Pendragon!" whispered a voice like mountains shifting. "After so long, the bloodline returns. We slumber still," came another voice, this one reminiscent of molten stone flowing. "The bond was broken. The world forgets us," said a third, as brittle as midwinter ice. "Why should we answer?" Arwen felt words rising to his lips, not in English or Latin or any human tongue, but in the primal language of fire and wing, of caverns deep and skies limitless. As he spoke them, the runic stones around him began to glow with inner light. Professor Draconis joined the incantation, his voice harmonizing with Arwen's in perfect counterpoint. The tattoos on his skin brightened until they could be seen for what they truly were. Scales, iridescent and alive, spreading until the man's form began to blur and shift. The lake's surface began to churn, great bubbles rising from the depths. The ground beneath Hogwarts trembled, not with the ominous vibrations of the breach, but with a deeper, more primal force awakening. Arwen felt the magic draining from him at an alarming rate, feeding the call that reached into the ancient depths. His vision dimmed, strength failing as the price of awakening became clear, life force itself freely given. As he swayed, nearly collapsing, a new voice joined the chorus. Professor McGonagall, standing at the circle's edge, her wand adding its strength to the ritual. Then Professor Flitwick, then Slughorn, then others, teachers and students alike forming a second circle around the ritual, lending their magic to reinforce Arwen's fading reserves. "Together!" McGonagall called above the rising wind. As Hogwarts has always stood, the Black Lake exploded upward as the first dragon breached its surface, scales gleaming copper in the moonlight, wings unfurling after eons of disuse. Then another, emerald-hued and serpentine, a third with scales like burnished gold. One by one, 7 dragons rose from the depths, water cascading from their massive forms as they took to the sky above Hogwarts for the first time in a millennium. Where Professor Draconis had stood now reared an 8th dragon, smaller than the ancient 7, but no less magnificent. Scales silver white, eyes the same amber as the professor's had been. The dragon speaker's true form revealed at last. The ancient 7 circled once above the castle before diving toward the breach, their roars shaking the very foundations of Hogwarts. As they converged on the rift, each released a stream of dragon fire, not ordinary flame, but magical fire in 7 hues that merged into blinding white light where they met the tear in reality. The Voidwalkers shrieked as the dragonfires forced them back through the breach. The rift itself began to contract, its edges knitting together under the sustained assault of ancient magic. Arwen, barely conscious, raised his wand one final time. The words that came to his lips now were those of binding and sealing, the completion of what his ancestor had begun an age ago. As he spoke them, a connection formed between himself and the 7 dragons, a bond of blood and magic that pulled at his very essence. "The price," came the voice like mountains shifting, "freely paid." "Freely paid," Arwen whispered, feeling something fundamental changing within him, his human magic transforming into something older and wilder as the bond solidified. The silver-white dragon, Draconis, landed beside Arwen as the ritual reached its crescendo. The last Dragomante rises as the last dragon speaker falls, he projected into Arwen's mind. The circle completes. With a final, thunderous concussion, the breach sealed completely. The 7 ancient dragons hovered above Hogwarts, their scaled forms gleaming in the moonlight as they regarded the human who now carried a piece of each of them within his transformed magic. Arwen Pendragon stood changed upon the shores of the Black Lake, the legacy of the Dragomantes awakened fully within his blood. Above him wheeled the last dragons of Britain, no longer myths but guardians once more. And within the castle of Hogwarts, a new chapter in magical history had begun. One written in fire and scale, in blood freely given and bonds forged anew. Story 5. Ancient dust danced in the amber glow of wandlight as Ilara Silverthorn's fingers traced the spine of a tome no student had touched in centuries. The restricted section of Hogwarts' library stood silent around her, towering shelves vanishing into shadow-cloaked heights above. Outside, winter moonlight spilled across the castle grounds, transforming the snow-covered landscape into a sea of diamonds beneath a sky pregnant with storm clouds. The grimoire had called to her for weeks, a whisper that followed her through dreams and waking hours alike. Tonight, with the restricted section pass she'd finally convinced Professor Lockhart to sign, Ilara confronted the source of that persistent summons. The book's binding, aged dragonhide wrapped in tarnished silver chains, seemed to warm beneath her touch. "Finite incarcerus librum," she whispered, her wand movement precise despite her trembling hand. The chains uncoiled like silver serpents, slithering across the ancient wood of the reading table before dissolving into glittering mist. The grimoire's cover bore no title, only an intricate emblem showing a crescent moon eclipsed by shadow. As Ilara opened the book, a scent of forest loam and autumn leaves rose from pages that seemed impossibly preserved. Words in a script, both ancient and elegant, filled her vision. Not written in ink, but seemingly woven into the very fiber of the parchment. Most remarkable, however, was her ability to read them despite never having studied their archaic form. When the Shadow Lord stirs in his binding place deep, when moonlight fails on the longest night, she read aloud, her voice barely audible. B. When artifacts 4 stand revealed from their sleep, the Guardian's choice shall determine all fate. A chill crawled along Ilara's spine that had nothing to do with the library's winter draft. This was no mere historical text, it was a prophecy, one whose cadence resonated with terrifying familiarity in her blood and bone. She never heard the approach of footsteps until a shadow fell across the grimoire's pages. "Found something interesting, Silverthorn." The voice was cultured, with the precise diction of old wizarding nobility and the casual arrogance of Slytherin house. Thorin Blackwood stood at the edge of the table, his tall frame draped in expensive robes, silver blonde hair falling carelessly across one eye. Despite the late hour, he looked impeccable, except for a strange intensity in his normally detached gaze. "And Dave, this doesn't concern you, Blackwood," Ilara replied, instinctively moving to shield the grimoire. "Doesn't it?" The Slytherin 7th year arched an elegant eyebrow. "Strange, considering my family has watched for the opening of that particular book for the better part of 5 centuries. Before Ilara could respond, the castle around them shuddered. From somewhere deep within Hogwarts' foundations came a sound like breaking stone, followed by an unearthly howl that raised goose flesh on Ilara's arms. The grimoire's pages riffled without any breeze, settling on an illumination showing a hooded figure imprisoned behind a door marked with 4 distinct symbols: a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent. "Gay, it's already begun," Thorin whispered, his aristocratic composure cracking to reveal something Ilara had never seen on his face before. Fear. Morning brought chaos to Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, rumors flew faster than the mail owls overhead. A first-year Hufflepuff had vanished from her dormitory, leaving behind only a scattering of black sand. The centaurs had withdrawn to the deepest reaches of the Forbidden Forest, after sending a cryptic warning about shadow and starlight. Most disturbing, the ghosts had begun to fade. their silvery forms growing more transparent by the hour. Ilara picked at her breakfast, unable to meet the eyes of her fellow Ravenclaws. The grimoire's prophecy weighed on her like a physical presence. When the turning of stars brings eclipse to fullness, when solstice opens the pathway of night. She glanced toward the Slytherin table where Thorin sat in isolation, his housemates giving him a wide berth as always. The Blackwood family's reputation, rumored connections to dark artifacts, and whispered allegiance to powers older than Voldemort, had made him an outcast even among those who respected his lineage. Their eyes met across the hall. With a nearly imperceptible nod, he rose and slipped from the great hall. Moments later, Ilara followed. "My family has served as watchers for generations," Thorin explained as they walked the shore of the frozen lake, their breath clouding in the winter air, not by choice, but by blood oath taken after what my ancestor did. Ilara hugged her cloak tighter. Which was? Aldrich Blackwood was apprenticed to Salazar Slytherin after the founders had established Hogwarts. When Slytherin left the school, Aldrich remained, secretly pursuing knowledge his master had forbidden. Thorin's eyes fixed on the distant tree line. He discovered the binding place of the Shadow Lord, an entity ancient beyond reckoning, imprisoned beneath what would become the Forbidden Forest long before humans walked these lands. A raven cried overhead, the sound unnaturally sharp in the winter stillness. Aldrich believed he could harness the Shadow Lord's power, Thorin continued. He nearly succeeded in freeing it. The other founders intervened, reinforcing the original binding with new enchantments, sealed with artifacts of their own making, hidden throughout the castle. The prophecy speaks of 4 artifacts, Ilara said, one from each founder. Together, they form the tetragram seal that has held the Shadow Lord for a millennium. But the bindings weaken during certain celestial alignments, like the lunar eclipse occurring on the winter solstice. Ilara felt the blood drain from her face. That's 3 nights from now. Thorin nodded grimly. And something, or someone, is already working to free what should remain imprisoned. The missing student, the fading ghosts. The Shadow Lord feeds on life and magic both. It's gathering strength. Then we need to find the artifacts, Ilara said, determination replacing her fear. Reinforce the seal before the eclipse. Why would you help? Thorin asked, suspicion edging his voice. This burden belongs to my family, because the prophecy chose me too, Ilara replied softly, and because the castle is my home. I won't stand by while something threatens it. An unlikely alliance formed on the frozen shore that morning, the Ravenclaw half-blood with an inexplicable connection to an ancient prophecy, and the Slytherin heir bound by centuries of penance for his ancestors' ambition. The first artifact revealed itself that very night. Following clues from the grimoire, Ilara and Thorin descended into the long-abandoned dueling chamber beneath the Great Hall. There, embedded in a wall carving of a roaring lion, gleamed Gryffindor's gauntlet, a battle glove of supple red leather reinforced with gold, untarnished despite the centuries. How do we retrieve it? Ilara wondered, eyeing the stone lion whose jaws seemed all too ready to snap shut on unwary hands. Gryffindor valued courage above all else, Thorin replied, studying the inscription beneath. Under his protection would demand no less. Before Ilara could stop him, Thorin thrust his hand into the lion's mouth, stone teeth pressed against his wrist as the carving judged his worth. A heartbeat passed, then another. Finally, the lion's expression softened, and the gauntlet slid free into Thorin's grasp. That was incredibly reckless, Ilara admonished, her heart still racing. Thorin offered a rare smile. Perhaps there's a reason the Sorting Hat considered Gryffindor before my family history tipped the scales. The following day brought fresh horrors. 3 more students disappeared, and the forbidden forest began to encroach upon the grounds. Trees uprooting themselves to creep closer to the castle under cover of darkness. The skies remained unnaturally dark, stars obscured by clouds that refused to shed their snow. Ravenclaw's artifact, an intricate silver diadem that enhanced the wearer's mental clarity, was secured from the Room of Requirement after solving a riddle that shifted languages mid-sentence. Hufflepuff's token, a humble wooden cup that nevertheless radiated warmth and reassurance, they discovered in the kitchens, disguised as an ordinary vessel used daily by house elves. But Slytherin's artifact eluded them until the very eve of the solstice. "It makes no sense," Ilara said, pacing the abandoned classroom they'd claimed as their headquarters. "We've searched every known Slytherin-related location in the castle." "Because we're thinking like students, not like Salazar himself," Thorin replied, consulting the grimoire once more. "My ancestor wrote that Slytherin was always mindful of appearances versus reality. The obvious hiding place would be the Chamber of Secrets, but that's precisely why he wouldn't use it." Ilara stopped pacing. "What's the last place anyone would associate with Slytherin House?" Their eyes met in sudden understanding. "The Astronomy Tower," they said in unison, high above the castle, where stars wheeled overhead despite the cloud cover below. They discovered a hidden compartment in the observatory's central pedestal. Inside lay a silver locket engraved with a serpent, Slytherin's contribution to the binding. "The final piece," Ilara breathed, reaching for it. "Wait!" Thorin seized her wrist. "It's too easy. Slytherin would never—" The locket sprang open at Ilara's touch, releasing a cloud of shadow that coalesced into a hooded figure of living darkness. Eyes like distant stars regarded them from within the hood. "The heirs arrive as foretold," it intoned, its voice like gravel shifting beneath frozen ground. "One of shadow, one of light, but which is which, I wonder?" "A guardian enchantment," Thorin muttered, drawing his wand. "It's testing us." The shadow figure circled them. "The Blackwood line returns to finish what Aldrich began. And the Silverthorn girl, descendant of those who bound me first, before even the founders walked these lands." Ilara felt the world tilt beneath her. "What? My family is Muggle on my father's side. My mother was the first witch in generations." "Blood remembers what minds forget," the shadow replied. "The Guardian's line persists, though diluted and dormant until now." The revelation struck Ilara like physical force. The grimoire's call, her ability to read its text, the resonance of the prophecy in her very being, all because she carried the blood of those original wardens. "Enough riddles." Thorin stepped forward. "We've come for the artifact to reinforce the binding." "Have you indeed?" The shadow laughed, a sound like wind through dead branches. "Or have you come, as your ancestor did, seeking power? The Shadow Lord rewards ambition, young Blackwood. Your family has never forgotten the promises made." "Don't listen," Ilara urged, seeing doubt flicker across Thorin's face. "It's trying to divide us." The shadow swirled closer. "And you, guardian child, why bind what you could command? The power that sleeps beneath the forest could elevate your bloodline once more. No longer would you straddle worlds, neither fully accepted by wizards nor muggles." For a terrible moment, temptation whispered through Ilara's mind. Visions of respect, of belonging, of never again feeling caught between worlds. "We are not our ancestors," she declared, forcing certainty into her voice. "And power that demands freedom for entities that feed on innocent lives isn't power at all, it's corruption." She extended her hand to Thorin. After a heartbeat's hesitation, he clasped it firmly. "The Blackwood debt will be paid," he said. meeting the shadow's starry gaze, not through further ambition, but through its rejection. Their united front dispelled the Shadow Guardian, which dissolved with a sound almost like approval. The locket fell into Thorin's palm, its weight far greater than its size suggested. "Come," Ilara said, gathering the other artifacts. "We have a seal to reinforce before moonrise." The binding chamber lay beneath the heart of the forbidden forest, accessed through a passage that had opened in the base of the Whomping Willow at dusk. Ancient stone steps spiraled downward into earth that had never known sunlight, into caverns adorned with carvings older than human language. At the chamber's center stood an obsidian dais surrounded by 4 alcoves, bearing the emblems of the founders. Upon the dais, a vertical tear in reality itself pulsed with darkness absolute, a rift from which tendrils of shadow periodically extended before withdrawing. "The binding weakens," Thorin observed as they placed each artifact in its corresponding alcove. "We've barely enough time." Outside, clouds finally parted, allowing the full moon to rise, beginning its journey into the Earth's shadow for the solstice eclipse. They felt the change immediately as moonlight dimmed, the shadow tendrils growing bolder, reaching further with each pulse. "The incantation," Ilara said, withdrawing the grimoire. "We must speak it together as the eclipse reaches totality." Ancient words filled the chamber as their voices joined in harmony. Ilara's clear soprano intertwining with Thorin's resonant baritone. The artifacts began to glow with inner light, gold for the gauntlet, blue for the diadem, yellow for the cup, green for the locket. As the final syllables left their lips, the moon vanished completely outside, plunging the world into temporary night. The tear widened suddenly, and from within emerged a clawed hand of shadow and starlight, reaching toward freedom. "It's not working!" Thorin shouted over the howling void. The binding requires a 5th component, a guardian's willing sacrifice. Understanding dawned in Ilara's eyes as pieces of prophecy aligned in her mind. The guardian's choice shall determine all fate. Not just any guardian, the guardian, her bloodline, her destiny. "Hold the circle," she commanded, stepping onto the dais. "Ilara, no!" Thorin lunged forward, but magical barriers had already formed between the alcoves, preventing interference. "My blood began this binding," she said, meeting his desperate gaze with calm resolution. "And my blood will renew it." Drawing her wand, Ilara sliced her palm and pressed the bleeding wound against the tear itself. Pain beyond imagining coursed through her as ancient magic recognized the offering and accepted it. Not her life, as she had feared, but something equally precious, her magic. Power flowed from Ilara like water, feeding the binding as the artifact's light intensified. The shadowy hand recoiled, forced back through the narrowing tear. With a sound like mountains colliding, the rift sealed completely, leaving only smooth obsidian where it had gaped moments before. Ilara collapsed as the barriers fell. Thorin caught her before she struck the stone floor, cradling her with uncharacteristic gentleness. "Are your magic," he whispered, horror and awe mingling in his voice as he felt the absence where her power had been. "Not gone," she corrected weakly. "Transformed. I can feel it. Changing." The grimoire, which had fallen open beside them, began to glow with the same light that had emanated from the artifacts. Its pages turned of their own accord, revealing text that hadn't been there before. Thus begins the Guardian's true awakening, not as wielder of common magic, but as warden of the seal, whose power flows from older sources still. Moonlight returned as the eclipse ended, streaming through hidden apertures to illuminate the chamber. Where the rift had been, a small crystal formed, black as night, yet filled with captured starlight. It floated gently down to rest in Ilara's cupped hands, The Shadow Lord contained, Thorin murmured, but not destroyed. Some forces cannot be destroyed, Ilara replied, her voice stronger now as new magic took root within her. Only watched, guarded. She looked up at him. It seems we both inherited legacies we never expected. And perhaps, Thorin said, helping her to her feet, new purposes to match them. As they ascended toward a Hogwarts slowly returning to normal, missing students reappearing unharmed but confused, ghosts regaining their substance, the forest retreating to its boundaries, the unlikely allies found themselves united by something stronger than house rivalries or blood status. They had become what their ancestors once were, guardians against forces that slumbered beneath the veil of ordinary magic. Wardens of secrets most of the wizarding world would never know existed, and in that shared burden found understanding that transcended their differences. The grimoire, now lightened of its chains, both literal and magical, waited for new chapters to be written, a record of guardianship that would continue long after the name Silverthorn became legendary among a select few who knew what truly lay beneath the forbidden forest of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts had witnessed countless wonders over the centuries, but never had they trembled quite like this. The corridor on the 7th floor shimmered with an iridescent light that seemed to breathe, pulsing with magic so ancient it made the very air taste of lightning and forgotten spells. Where once there had been solid wall, a doorway now appeared, ornate, impossibly tall, and crafted from wood that seemed to shift between oak and ash with each heartbeat of the castle. "Stand back!" Professor Longbottom commanded, his wand raised as students gathered at the edges of the corridor. But even as he spoke, the doorway swung open of its own accord, revealing not the familiar interior of the Room of Requirement, but a vast primeval forest bathed in silver moonlight, where trees tall as mountains swayed to music no human ear was meant to hear. Gabriel Weasley, standing at the back of the crowd, felt a pull so powerful it nearly brought him to his knees. The scent of damp earth and ancient magic transported him instantly to his grandmother's stories. Tales whispered in Portuguese of the Guardiões das Encruzilhadas, the guardians of the crossroads. For the past week, these mysterious doorways had appeared throughout Hogwarts, offering glimpses of realms both beautiful and terrible, a crystalline desert where time flowed backward, a cathedral of living flame where phoenix songs echoed eternally, an endless ocean where leviathans with eyes of starlight swam between islands of floating stone. "Now it's calling to you, isn't it, Weasley?" The voice at his shoulder belonged to Elowen Pendragon, a Slytherin 7th year with eyes the color of storm clouds. Her usual smirk was replaced by something more solemn as she watched the doorway pulse. "I've seen you following them." The portals. Before Gabriel could answer, the forest beyond the doorway shimmered and a stag stepped forth, not the ordinary kind, but a creature of living moonlight, its antlers branching into constellations unknown to astronomers. It fixed its gaze directly on Gabriel, and in that moment, a voice ancient as the foundations of Hogwarts itself resonated within his mind. "The threshold weakens, Guardian. The time of choosing approaches." Headmistress McGonagall's office had changed little in the decades since the Battle of Hogwarts, though the portrait of Albus Dumbledore watched the proceedings with unusual intensity, his painted eyes following Gabriel, as if seeing through layers of time and possibility. "The Room of Requirement is not what we have believed it to be," McGonagall said, her voice carrying the weight of revelation. It is far older than Hogwarts itself." Gabriel stood before her desk, acutely aware of Elowen's presence beside him. The Slytherin girl had refused to leave his side since the incident with the Moonlight Stag. insisting with uncharacteristic vehemence that their fates were somehow intertwined. When your transfer from Castello Bruxo was arranged, Mr. Weasley, your grandmother sent me this. McGonagall withdrew a letter sealed with wax the color of sunset. She explained your family's heritage, that for centuries, the Weasleys who emigrated to Brazil have guarded knowledge of the Limiares, the thresholds. Gabriel swallowed hard. She told me the stories, but I never thought. Few wizards understand that magic itself is conscious, McGonagall continued. The Room of Requirement is not a creation of the Founders, but an entity that chose to reside within Hogwarts, a guardian of the threshold between our world and realms, far beyond the comprehension of most wizard kind. Eowyn stepped forward, her hand unconsciously gripping the unusual wand at her side. 13 inches of wood, so pale it seemed almost translucent. The barriers are failing, she said. Not a question, but a statement. That's why the room is manifesting randomly throughout the castle. McGonagall's gaze shifted to the Slytherin girl. Indeed, Miss Pendragon, and your presence here is no coincidence either. That wand you carry, Whitehorn wood, Eowyn finished. The same wood rumored to compose the heart of the Room of Requirement itself. A family heirloom passed down since the time of Merlin. For once, the pride in her voice was tempered with uncertainty. The convergence of a threshold guardian and a descendant of Merlin suggests a reckoning approaches, said Professor Flitwick, who had been quietly observing from the corner. The ancient texts speak of the 4 elemental anchors that maintain the boundaries between realms. Gabriel felt a weight settle upon his shoulders, heavy as destiny itself. Dan, we need to find them before the barriers collapse completely. The first portal appeared on the edge of the Black Lake, where water met earth and sky. The door materialized from mist, framed by coral and pearl, opening onto an endless underwater kingdom where merfolk unlike any seen in the lake swam through floating cities of living shell and bone. Water, Gabriel whispered, his hand instinctively reaching for Eowyn's. The Slytherin girl had proven an unexpected ally over the past week, her knowledge of obscure magical theory complementing Gabriel's intuitive understanding of the thresholds. Despite her sharp tongue and guarded demeanor, something in her seemed to soften when faced with the wonders beyond the portals, as if she were returning to something long forgotten. The text mentioned a chalice, she said, scanning the underwater vista. Ndu, the cup of tides, hidden where currents meet and memory flows eternal. They stepped through together, water closing over their heads, yet they breathed easily, their robes billowing around them like the wings of manta rays. The merfolk watched them pass with ancient eyes, neither hindering nor helping as Gabriel and Eowyn navigated the spiraling architecture of the city. At its heart, they found a temple of memory, where the waters ran with the collective remembrances of all who had ever ventured beyond the veil. And there, guarded by a creature half woman and half octopus, was the chalice, a simple cup carved from coral that seemed to hold the essence of oceans within its depths. The guardian spoke in a voice of bubbles and whispers. To claim the anchor, you must offer a memory most precious. Not lost, but shared with the waters eternal. It was Eowyn who stepped forward, pressing her wand to her temple and drawing forth a silvery strand, a memory of her mother before illness took her, speaking of their family's connection to Merlin and the responsibility it entailed. As the memory dissolved into the waters, the chalice glowed with inner light and floated into Gabriel's waiting hands. One found, Eowyn said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. 3 remain. The elemental trials tested them in ways neither had anticipated. In the realm of air, They soared through cloud kingdoms and negotiated with storm spirits to claim the feather of Zephyrus. In the domain of fire, they walked through the crucible of truth, where lies and deceptions burned away like morning mist to retrieve the ember of eternal flame. Each realm revealed more about the nature of the Room of Requirement, not a simple magical space, but a conscious entity that served as gatekeeper between worlds, maintaining the delicate balance that allowed magic to exist within reality without overwhelming it. Yet with each artifact recovered, the cost grew steeper. Gabriel began to understand the terrible choice that awaited him as guardian, whether to reinforce the boundaries between worlds or to allow them to dissolve, ushering in an age where magic and reality would intertwine in unpredictable ways. And through it all, Elowen remained at his side, her cynicism gradually giving way to wonder, her isolation to companionship. The descendant of Merlin and the guardian of thresholds, bound by a destiny neither had sought, but both now embraced. The final portal appeared in the heart of the Forbidden Forest, beneath an ancient oak that predated Hogwarts itself. Unlike the others, this doorway was simple, unadorned wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Earth, Gabriel said, the final element. Elowen nodded, her hand finding his with practiced ease. The seed of worlds, the text said it lies at the root of all possibility. Beyond the door lay neither wonder nor terror, but a simple clearing where a massive tree grew, its roots extending downward through layers of reality, its branches reaching upward into dimensions unseen. Sitting at its base was a small, unassuming acorn, pulsing with the same heartbeat they had come to recognize as the consciousness of the room itself. As Gabriel approached, the clearing shifted, revealing not one but countless versions of himself and Elowen, some where they stood as enemies, others as strangers, many as friends, and some as something more. Parallel paths stretching into infinity. The choice, came a voice from everywhere and nowhere. Restore the boundaries and maintain the separation of realms, or allow the convergence and birth a new reality where magic flows freely through all worlds. Gabriel held the three artifacts they had gathered, Chalice, Feather, and Ember, feeling their power resonating with the seed before him, the weight of worlds pressed upon his shoulders. "And may if we restore the boundaries," Elowen said softly, "magic remains hidden, separate, safe, perhaps, but diminished. And if we don't," Gabriel countered, "the influx of primal magic could destroy as much as it creates. No one can predict what would emerge from such a convergence." Around them, the multiverse of possibilities shimmered, each choice leading to worlds unimaginably different. Gabriel looked at Elowen, no longer the haughty Slytherin, but a young woman standing at the crossroads of fate, her storm-grey eyes reflecting the same question that burned within him. Perhaps," she said, her fingers intertwining with his, "there is a third path." And together they reached for the seed of worlds, their combined magic, the ancient power of the Threshold Guardian, and the primeval wisdom of Merlin's line, creating something new. Not a wall between worlds, but a bridge. Not separation, but controlled connection. The Room of Requirement, sensing their intent, responded. The artifacts dissolved into pure magical essence, flowing into the seed, which began to grow, not into a single tree, but into an archway of living wood that pulsed with possibilities. "A new kind of threshold," Gabriel whispered, "one that allows passage, but with guardianship and care." As the archway stabilized, the clearing around them transformed, revealing they stood once more in the familiar corridor of Hogwarts. But where the Room of Requirement had once been hidden, now stood a permanent doorway of living wood and shimmering magic. a regulated passage between realms that would require both guidance and wisdom to navigate. Headmistress McGonagall, along with the gathered professors, stared in awe at what had been created. "The age of separation ends," Elowyn announced, her voice carrying the weight of her lineage. "The age of stewardship begins." Gabriel felt the connection to the room, to the consciousness that had chosen Hogwarts as its home centuries ago, settle within him like a second heartbeat. Not a burden, but a partnership. And beside him, Elowyn's presence promised that whatever challenges this new age might bring, he would not face them alone. Beyond the archway, worlds waited to be discovered, and magic, ancient and new, prepared to write its next chapter.